Just opening up the app. Can plug in. Good morning, everyone. We will be starting very shortly. Our delegates will be entering the room, so we please ask you to be patient and to hold on just for a few minutes longer, and then we will start with the event. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our International Student Leadership Conference. We do apologize for the delay. We're about to start, and we want to welcome Annalisa, our Program Director.
Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the queer community. Welcome to the Community Engagement International Student Leadership Conference, and I am Annalisa Frister, your program director for this event. Whether or not you're joining online or here in person, I want to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you here. We're truly thrilled to have such a diverse and talented group of individuals gathered here today. This conference serves as a platform for students from various backgrounds, cultures, and fields of study to come together and explore innovative ways to make a positive impact within our communities. Zolani Youth Choir. From a small town of Ashton in Zolani, Western Cape, formed in 2012 to provide cultural activities for the community. The choir consists of 45 scholars between the ages of 12 and 25. With a passion for music, the choir's main objective is to show with dedication and energy anything is indeed possible. Through singing, the members have learned discipline, morals, and gained a different perspective on the world. The choir aims to become one of the best choirs in South Africa and represent Ashton and South Africa on international tours. The choir's project serves as an educational tool to help the community's children find value within themselves. Since its formation, the choir has achieved many accolades, performing at various events, winning competition both nationally and internationally. With that being said, please give them a warm round of applause as they come up on stage. And that was both exceptional and extraordinary. Thank you, Zolani Youth Choir. Before I proceed, can we please keep our phones on silent for the duration of the program, please and thank you. Without further ado, please welcome the Director of the Center for Community Engagement and WIL, Prof. Reddy, to do the opening and welcoming. Let us join our hands and applaud her as she makes her way to stage.
Thank you very much, Program Director. A very good morning to one and all. I do appreciate that we have guests as well as in the auditorium as well as online, and I'm not aware of who's there, but I would like to say up front a very warm welcome to one and all, including our executive management, community members who have taken the time to be with us throughout the project and here today as well, and the facilitators of the Student Academic Leadership Program that's been going on for now 2 years, and the panel or the coordinators of this absolutely vibrant program that I have been witnessing throughout this year and parts of last year, the development of it and how it culminated into the spectacular closure of the 2023 initiatives that you have taken part in. So upfront in welcoming you all, I want to also applaud one and all, and especially the facilitators under the leadership of Ms. Jacqueline Skippers, the Manager for Service Learning and Community Engagement. I think a brilliant team with both staff, students, facilitators, community, other external members, and all of you. So please give yourselves a wonderful applause for your contribution. Student academic leadership or student leadership in general is very, very close to my heart. I have actually spent some time, especially in 2017, 2018, traveling 12 countries in Africa and engaging in sharing leadership training, teacher education, in developing or integrating values in whatever sphere, in community work, in teacher education, and in other aspects of society, including management and other leadership roles. And today, looking at the news, the recent news, the unfortunate incidents that have happened in our townships in the last couple of days, I'm sure you will all agree with me that our society here in the Western Cape and beyond are in absolute dire need of leaders such as yourselves. Leaders who can empower confidence and skills that you have learnt and developed over this year. In the youth out there to drive change, but not just any change. Change can take many faces. We want to drive positive change. This Leadership Academy program has that potential to bring about change on a personal level, which is absolutely important, and thereafter at the community level. So I urge you, do not limit yourself to just teaching others and preaching to others. Become that leader who knows how to serve others. Become that servant leader. And I do believe you have had lots of engagements and development in that area. Remember, it's not always about you. Remember to love all and serve all. We are brothers and sisters of the same humanity. Model your behavior to bring about a resonance of change behavior in your home, in your community, and in the larger nation and globally. Do not fall into the trap of do as I say, not as I do. Inspire the next generation by your actions. And you are never too young to lead. Do not underestimate the potential that you have. Great leaders are a valuable asset to any group and community. I want to share with you a wonderful saying that I've, always held close to my heart, and it goes like this. I want you to be leaders, leaders to protect the world, leaders like lions, self-reliant, courageous, majestic, and just. Lion is the king of animals, and I want you to be king among men. Can you do it, leaders? Yes, absolutely. Why not? Students, you are the architects of the future that South Africa desperately needs. I'm sure you all agree. You are the ones who will assume the leadership of the country in the future, have no doubt. You have that power to break down the shackles of poverty, unemployment, crime, violence that we see all around us. As student entrepreneurs, and I know you've had workshops on that, become the economic giants of the future South Africa. Can you do that? Yes. The future of the nation depends on you. Your nature and character, however, are of utmost importance. And that will decide the character of the nation. Work for the prosperity of the nation, not selfishly. Work for the welfare of the world. Our common enemy, ladies and gentlemen and students, is, what is it? Climate change. The effects of it is upon us. 10 days ago, Western Cape was ridden with unprecedented floods. What's going to be next? A couple of years ago, the world had to work through the pandemic. Unprecedented happenings are upon us. That is our common enemy, not the person next to you, the person behind you or person in front of you. We have a common enemy, and that is climate change. Therefore, we need to unite, like this brilliant choir, all of them together, united, singing the vibrant songs of hope for the future. Unite and save our planet. With that, I would like to congratulate you already, and we look forward to your deliberations and all the very best as you, some of you may be graduating. I wish you all the best. But from the center, I would like to say that our doors are always open, and we would love to see how you develop as you enter the big wide world out there. Keep in touch. Let us know if you need our support, guidance, but more than that, I'm sure you absolutely are going to do a marvelous job and become the greatest ambassadors of CPUT. All the best. Thank you very much.
With those words, Professor, anything is definitely possible. To the viewers online and those attending physically, the online viewers are all the way from Joburg, Poland, and Durban. A dynamic and robust program designed to cultivate and empower the leaders of tomorrow that sit within the seats right now. Our academy provides students with unique opportunity to develop crucial leadership skills, foster personal growth, and make a meaningful impact within communities. At the Student Leadership Academy, we believe that leadership is not just a position or a title, but a set of skills and qualities that are learned and nurtured. By participating in the Student Leadership Academy, students will not only acquire valuable leadership skills, but also develop a sense of confidence, resilience, and a lifelong commitment into making a difference. They will emerge as well-rounded individuals ready to lead with integrity and empathy and a passion for positive change. With that being said, I am thrilled to introduce an amazing individual who's not only loud and proud, but also truly dedicated to our growth and development, but also who's with her at our side, we can rest assured that we are becoming well-rounded individuals ready to lead with integrity, empathy, and a passion for positive change. We can count on her to challenge us, guide us, and empower us like never before. Her unwavering commitment to our personal growth and success, it is truly inspiring. She's about to give us an overview of the Community Engagement Student Leadership Academy. Please welcome on stage Jacqueline Skierpis.
So I'm very pleased that my wing guy is next to me, Mr. David Hardoff. As you can see, I'm actually at his mercy. So as I've been introduced already, and the students know me as Jackie, I'm going to provide a very brief overview, especially for our external partners and visitors. So just to put into context that at CPUT, we perform community engagement activities through 2 units under the Center for Community Engagement and Work Integrated Learning. And these 2 units are service learning. And as my national colleagues will know, that is where students receive credits for community engagement. And then we have our civic engagement unit, and under civic engagement, which is co-curricular, that is where the academy sits. So also to put into further context that the Academy does respond to national policy imperatives of transformation. So this is one way that the university can show that it is transformed through action and concrete projects. And I'm not going to unpack this legislation. I think students, you would have, and I'm speaking to the students now, especially you would have heard about these policies in our academy. So we also base our academy practices within these discourses of the United Nations, and we believe in building on the notion of servant leadership and citizenship. And on the left-hand side of my screen, you will see those 5 discourses, and you will have been familiar with some of those concepts throughout our academy. We also believe in building leaders for the global platform. So although we do respond to local and national challenges, we also put our academy within a global perspective so that we are growing leaders that are able to operate not just locally but also globally. So there are these 10 competencies. I'm not going to unpack these competencies in too much detail. You would have heard Annalisa refer to building confidence, communication, and particularly in South Africa with such a diverse cultural makeup, it is important for our students to be able to transverse these cultural boundaries, and we believe through communication this can be done. Also, the fostering of critical thinking. I think many of the students can also attest to the fact that they have to think on their feet when they do community engagement, and they have to come up with solutions as they go along. You've heard Annalisa also speak about empathy and care for others, and trying to put yourself in the shoes of others, walking the journey with the others in not only the team, but also within communities, understanding global issues and how this affects us on a local level, also our intercultural understanding. And then the other competencies are self-awareness. You heard Prof. Reddy speak about the self, and that we also need to work on ourselves and not only think outwardly. We also need to value our differences. That is what transformation is also about, is acknowledging, agreeing to disagree, and trying to understand our differences and to make room for hearing different points of view. Connecting globally, developing and cultivating the sense of curiosity. If you're not curious about something, then how do you learn? You have to ask questions, you have to answer questions. Sometimes you don't answer everything. Sometimes your learning will lead to other questions and so on. So learning is ongoing. And then also to be flexible. I don't think that any student in the academy can say they did not have to be flexible during the process. Then I wanted to say that this academy didn't just start from scratch in 2021. There was a build up to the academy. We first did a 3-year tryout on an international platform with 2 universities, one from Germany, Osnabrück University, and one from China, Guizhou University, and together we ran a 3-year academy in the 3 countries, South Africa, China, and Germany, which was very, very successful and gave students an opportunity to experience a different culture on a global level. And we are working towards building on that experience. We also did a tryout for 2 years with the Erasmus Plus Ubuntu Leadership Academy, which was a summer school, and some of the students here today participated in that academy. And then we still currently involved with the Robben Island Museum on the ambassadorial program, and they're very eager to get further involved in working collaboratively with us. They have their own ambassadorial program, and together our students work with the ambassadors. And then IPAV, which is based in Portugal, some of us participated in a leadership academy which ran over 6 weeks. And through that academy, we learned about servant leadership, Ubuntu philosophies, and so on. And now we at the end of our 3-year cycle of our CPT Student Leadership Academy, and we now, together with Stephen Addison, we're looking at how are we going to move forward for 2024. And part of the reason why Stephen is here today is to look at which projects we're going to be continuing with. So we are building leadership through community engagement. And I think that is at the core of this academy. We also looking at, while we are engaging with communities, develop some competencies and leadership skills that can assist us in growing ourselves as citizens. I say our because in our academy we don't say I, it's always our academy. And when we say our, we also include our communities and our government partners and other organizations. So building on Desmond Tutu's notion of Ubuntu, and I'm just going to quote the last sentence: when you do well, it spreads out, it is for the whole of humanity. So taking away that selflessness, taking away the selfishness and becoming selfless is what we advocate. So I would like you to enjoy this conference and to take care of each other. So the academy goes through a cycle every year, and I'm not going to read everything out, just mainly to say that every year we go through a cycle of presenting workshops at the academy. We then also look at what other people are doing in the space. We also implement projects in our communities. We review these practices, which is the phase we're going to be going on now, where we're going to evaluate, review, and then improve, obviously always improve. And hopefully we will be coming up with another magic formula for 2024. And I want to encourage the students here today, and I think it's so fitting we have our community choir here as well, and to just show also that for community engagement, it's always outward, the university looking outward. These were some of the concepts that we covered in the academy, which was, as obviously, the leadership skills and competencies. Also preparing students. There's lots of moving parts in community engagement. It's not just a case of doing a project and then it's done. There's lots of issues one has to consider, which Stephen really assisted us with. And then, and particularly this year, we had a very strong focus on ethics and values, and we spent more time than we thought we had, but we spent quite a lot of time at the Academy on ethics and values, and always linking back to partnerships. How do we engage with communities? Do we tell, do we show, or do we collaborate? Do we co-produce? Do we co-create? So it's shifting the mindset from university speaking to communities to doing and engaging in a collaborative way with our external partners. So we do believe that through our quintuple helix partnerships, we are able to effect a broader change and change that is more impactful. And all our projects have led to some form of knowledge generation and also personal growth for many of our students. So this is just a brief overview of how we went about the academy. We open it up every year to both our students and also to our alumni, and many of them continue even after they've completed their stint in the academy. They continue working on community projects out of their own accord and through just volunteering their time and their services. And we do have a process of selection. So the students who are going to be presenting later on are all either completed this year or have come from previous academies. And then we had an induction program where we set the scene and we prepared students. We met them, they met some of the facilitators, they met the staff, and then we went on a very, very exciting camp for 5 days. I didn't think I would survive the 5 days, but here I am, standing, still breathing. And it was hectic, it was engaging, and I must say I'm really proud of our students in how they conducted themselves on that camp. We came back and we started with our projects that we rolled out in communities. I think there was one project that happened on campus where the communities came to us, but you'll hear all about that later. And now we stand today, the culmination of all the years' work which will be presented to you. So I wanted to also mention that students had the challenge, because learning must be challenging. We can't just suck projects out of our thumbs. So we presented them with the Sustainable Development Goals, which is proposed by United Nations. And keep in mind that South Africa's National Development Plan is also based on these United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So all projects had to be linked to either one or more of those sustainable goals. They were also given a task where they had to divide themselves up into roles and responsibilities. They also had to plan activities, programs. They had to also look at what resources they required. Some groups were in and out every day in our offices with long lists of resources, and we had to remind students, look at what you have at the university. And that is also one of the lessons that we try and share with students, that when you engage with communities, you're not going into an empty hole. Communities have strength, they have skills, competencies, they also have resources, knowledge that they can share with us. And there were many consultations, late night meetings. Students communicated on WhatsApp project groups, and we could track their involvement and their participation. So it was a lot of hard work. And I'm just briefly putting this slide up to indicate to you all the sustainable development goals and the names of the groups who will be speaking later on. And you can see that some had more activities than others, the reason being that some of the projects were very large projects and some of the projects were smaller projects that were 1 or 2 or 3. So At the leadership camp, these were some of the concepts and philosophies and topics which we presented to students. The new addition this year was the civic responsibility and social justice topic, and we also included some videos that students had to make to share with us. And when we came back from the camp and went through the videos, it was really wonderful to see students engaging. And if you follow our website and our social media pages, you will be able to see some of those projects in action. Lastly, I want to end with this because everything that we do in our academy in community engagement rests on reflection. And reflection is only possible, and I want to use John Dewey's formula to explain why it's important. So, John Dewey says, and John Dewey was an activist like most of you are, he said that reflection plus action equals learning, or action plus reflection equals learning. So whenever you are involved in something, you only learn when you think about and reflect about your actions and the impact that it has made on the lives of others and the impact that it has made on yourself. Even coming here today, and the choir, for example, when you go home and you reflect on this experience, there must be something that you're going to take away in your bag, in your mind, in your heart, in your hands. And we hope that, and to everyone, we hope that when you reflect on today, you will be able, and there is a feedback form that we have online. We hope you're going to respond to that so that we can gauge whether this event has been impactful on all of us. Even I will have to do that reflection. So I want to thank you for listening, and I want you to really enjoy what is coming next. And I'm going to hand back over to my ceremonial master. And I want to say thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Just when you thought they were done wowing us and captivating us, we welcome back on stage Zolani Youth Choir. was destructively illuminating and beautiful. Thank you, Zulani Youth Choir. Before I go on, I would like to welcome Excelsa High School students together with their teacher, Jamie, of which we collaborated with them with one of our projects from the Student Leadership Academy. They will further elucidate on the details of the project, but we welcome you. Without further ado, a true legend in the world of skateboarding, a professional skateboarder whose achievements have captivated audience around the globe. He has not only put Cape Town on the map, but he has also made history as South Africa's first skateboarding international gold, silver, bronze medalist in the World Series, and a 5-time Guinness World Record holder in 2023. Man, and I thought I had credits. He's not only in 2021, he was named the winner in the sports category of Male and Guardian Top 200 South Youth Africans. Additionally, City of Cape Town recently acknowledged and honored his remarkable contributions in the world of skateboarding. Such a magnitude of accomplishments has been granted with a prestigious lifetime induction into the World Records Academy as South Africa's most awarded skateboarder. Not only that, he has made history by becoming the first skateboarder to win Africa Youth Sports Athlete of the Year by the African Honors Expo in 2023. His commitment continuously grows, and learning is evident through his scholarship opportunities. Man, he has received scholarships from the HFPA Sports Academy for Sports Management, as well as a scholarship at Cornerstone College to pursue a Bachelor of Commerce in Marketing Management. Ladies and gentlemen, and the members of the queer community, with great pride and admiration, we have the privilege to introduce Jean-Marc. Get ready to be inspired by his extraordinary journey and monumental achievements in the world of skateboarding. Let us give us a tremendous round of applause to our guest speaker, Jean-Marc.
Okay, perfect. So good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity for me to be here and to speak to you this morning. I'm Jean-Marc Johannes. I'm a professional skateboarder. I'm from Cape Town, South Africa, and I was born and raised in Athlone. And I think, today the message that I'd like to get across is achieving the impossible. I think that just doesn't start one single day. It starts, years from, before you actually do it. You start asking questions. You start, being inquisitive, and and start to be creative and really start to challenge things. And for me, I'd like to take you through a journey, and not just the end result, but take you through a journey and a lesson that I've learned of how to do that, not just in skateboarding. So hopefully you can relate to this process and this journey. And starting off in Athlone as a skateboarder, it's not a sport or something you'd see every day. Definitely not. Especially if you tell somebody that you want to pursue it professionally. That's a whole different conversation as well. So it reminds me of one specific moment in two specific moments in my career. Number one, when I was younger in primary school, I questioned a lot of things, and one day I went into the school library and I picked up a book of the entire book was just filled with things that seemed impossible, and this was called the Guinness World Records. And the one thing with the Guinness World Records is that it's when you read it, there's a lot of end results. You see the impossible being achieved, but it doesn't show you how to do that, or how to do it in your life, or how to do it in your everyday life, or how to apply it. So I read the book. I saw everyone's achievements in that book, impossible achievements that I thought, and I saw skateboarding as well. I saw Tony Hawk do the 900, and at the time, this definitely seemed impossible, and it was amongst everything else. But after reading that, it made me ask one thing: the question of how. That was the biggest question, and not just in skateboarding, but how do you achieve something impossible? How does one person out of the entire world achieve that one thing impossible? And this is a question I was asking myself as a skateboarder in Athlone, the only skateboarder I knew in Athlone at the time. And it seemed like a very, very big dream, a very crazy dream, you could say. And I pursued skateboarding, continued to do it. And the journey really started for me when I got invited to my first International World Series contest in 2016. And I was spotted on social media through the event organizers, and I was invited to the contest. Going to this contest, I already knew that I was the only South African at the contest, and it was obviously China, Europe, and other athletes invited. But I also knew that one thing was there was never a time where South Africa or another South African skateboarder has won the International World Series contest before. So I knew how big that was, and how impossible that was going to be to do. But throughout the year or two, I practiced, not just when it counted, when no one was watching, and I think that was the most important thing. When no one was watching, I was continuing asking myself the question as to how. Not when everyone was around me and everybody had a different version of how. I had to answer that question myself. And again, I practiced relentlessly for a year or for 2 years. I went to the contest, first day came, qualified into first. And through the qualifications, that's relatively a good result going into the finals. Came to the finals, the last day, and that day was the first day I won South Africa's first international gold for skateboarding in the World Series. Thank you. And when I eventually came back and realized that there was this different chapter, not just in my life, but in skateboarding, that something that was, I believe, my entire life that was impossible. Number one, it was going to be impossible. And if it was going to be impossible, most likely, I believed it would not be me. Perhaps because of where I started, not having a skate park to practice, or, the circumstances or anything like that. So these things I've built up on top of the word impossible. I've built all this up on top of that because of the other versions I was listening to of how, instead of my own version. And my own version of how was questioning it by myself when no one was around, being able to answer that question by myself with nobody around, and being able to prove it right to everybody that this is how you do it. And the one thing that was important was that I had a choice. That was important. I had a choice, number one, to either believe it's impossible, or number two, and this is where the journey starts, number two is to endure whatever it takes to change that. Then I started to think about that was the answer as to how you achieve the impossible. I then decided, let me try this process. Let me try to do the same thing, endure whatever it takes in other parts of my life where I believed it was impossible. So I went back to where it started. Where it started in a book called the Guinness World Records, and I thought this was something I thought was impossible. It still seemed impossible at the time, but let me apply the same thing. And when I read the book for the first time, I saw, a lot of athletes that I look up to this day, and now I look back at it and I pick up the book today and I will scroll to skateboarding, and this is the 2024 Guinness World Record book. And the first thing we see on skateboarding is the most consecutive ollies broken is 323 in the world, and this is done by myself in South Africa. Thank you. So at the end of it, I answer the question. I didn't get the answer the question as to how did everybody else achieve the impossible, but the question was, how do you achieve the impossible in your own journey, in your own life? That was the biggest question I had for myself, and I answered it to the 10-year-old me asking the question, and right now I've answered it as well. But the one thing that is important, that as much as this is a world record, as much as a gold medal can be achieved, or any type of goal can be achieved, we must always remember that it's not just the medal, it's not just the world record book, it's not just the goal that you achieve. The deeper meaning behind that is that it's a symbol. It's a reminder of what you can and you're able to put yourself through physically, mentally. It's a symbol of your self-belief. When you are around everyone you normally around, and also when you are alone and still trying to answer that question. And when you achieve that goal, it's not just, as much as it's a celebration, it's not just that's it. You've also unlocked the process, and that is the most important part of the goal. But the process shouldn't come to an end, and that's important as well, because after I matriculated and after I've obviously pursued certain World Series goals, I then got a scholarship for sports management and business management as well. And the reason for this was to continue this process, to continue asking how, to continue building myself and try to move as fast as the world is changing around us. And this is very important because with social media in the palm of our hands, we can actually see how fast the world is moving, not just in sport, but we do have access to it. And it's a really powerful platform to showcase what we are capable of and the questions that we have. And sometimes there are processes that you can follow, that you can actually get to the end result you want, but it's important to be used in a positive way. And with that being said, to all the students, to all the future entrepreneurs, to everybody with the dreams and ambitions, even up to this day, all of us here, it's most likely taken years to get to. And nothing has happened overnight. And it's important to carry that same drive, that same ambition every single day, not just when it counts, but in small ways, because that's how greatness is achieved. It's not achieved overnight. It's achieved in small ways, in creating great habits. And that's a very important part of the process. And it's important to never change that, regardless of what you are going to face. because it's not going to be a smooth process. There's going to be ups and downs, and I can promise you I've learned in the most painful way possible on a skateboard that it's going to be a difficult journey sometimes it will be easy, but we shouldn't change what we believe in, what our values are, what we stand for as people, as individuals, because ultimately this is a reflection of what we believe in, the potential brands we're going to start, the potential partners we're going to work with. This is a reflection of us. And this is how we're going to encourage others, this is how we're going to motivate others. And at the end of the day, it's about believing in yourself, never stop dreaming big, never stop learning, and embrace the process. That's the most important part. Embrace every part of the process. Be open to whatever the process brings, because it is the foundation of what every dream is made of. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Viewers online from Poland, Durban, Johannesburg, and those sitting here, I hope you took notes from not only the first, second, or third, but 5-time world record holder and a gold medalist. I definitely took notes. I'm going home with something. He's the embodiment of it is possible. Well, with that being said, I would like to welcome our first group presenter, Neva Leva.
Let me just say this. Just give me a second.
Good morning, everyone. Hi. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I can never be ready to be in front of so many people. You look beautiful, by the way. I am Lebohang Molo, a second-year student in Human Resource Management, all the way from Naisna, the most beautiful town in Garden Route. I'm representing the Nieva Lieva Imibala group. Yes, Nieva Lieva, not Nuelewe. We are under the gender equality group. So, Nieva Lieva Imibala. Nieva Lieva is an African's name for new life. Imibala, it's colors, different kinds of colors that represent the queer flag. Nieva Lieva is a group of students who came together with the purpose of empowering women and the transformation when it comes to gender. In a world where women are not recognized and women that face a lot of challenges like gender-based violence and all that. The program was to empower those women, not specifically the women that we hosted face gender-based violence, but women in general. So, in partnership, we were in partnership with the Service Learning Unit, Civic Engagement Unit, Gift of the Givers, Old Millen Village women were the women that we hosted, and Advocate Rhodes Solomons was the one that gave us the venue for free to host our event. The venue that we have is under the Yes We Can Sport and Jazz Foundation. So the description of Never Lever, it is a transformation and utmost important, and it addresses the progression of gender identities and empowerment of minorities. We wanted to empower, we are a small group of individuals that wanted to empower and allow women to be happy as they are. We wanted them to feel like they matter and they are important. The graduate attributes that we came across were communication skills, team player, computer literacy, problem-solving skills, and stress management. We are one of the small groups in the Student Leadership Academy, and communication was one of our challenges. Stress management was one of our challenges. I'm so sorry, I have flu. Stress management was one of our biggest challenges. There were instances where we had meetings and people weren't reporting for those meetings and weren't communicating and all that. In preparation for the project, we made sure that with the help of Mr. David, we emailed the invitation to speakers, as we had 3 speakers on that day, sorted out catering, venue, and transport, had the team consolidation meetings, research on women empowerment, and made sure we order enough material for the day. Formative activities. As the group, we decided that we will go with the sip and paint activity. On that day, we decided that we also want to have speakers that can empower women. Thank you so much. That can empower women and address the community. So our first speaker was Ms. Faye Macheke, the co-executive director of AWID. Ms. Lolwe Tuli, a CPUT lecturer. She's a public speaker. She's also part of the ANC Youth League. And Ms. Yabulela Mfuyo, the programming specialist in Parliament. In the first frame, that's Ms. Faye, and the second frame, Ms. Lutuli, and the third frame is Ms. Yabulela Mfuyo. And those were our speakers for that day. This is our amazing team with Gift of the Givers. Like I said in the other slide, that we were in partnership with the Gift of the Givers. They bought toiletries, all the necessities, food parcels, and vegetables. Those are one of the gifts that we gave the women and they took home. This is our audience for the event. In our audience, we got elder women and we interacted with them. This was our sip and paint event. As you can see, they are busy drawing anything that they felt that they wanted to draw at that moment, or anything that resonated with them at that moment. This is them listening to our speakers and engaging. Reflection on the activity that was done on that day. The activity that the group chose for the event was a sip and paint activity, like I said. Every woman had to draw anything that resonated with their lifestyle or express any way they felt on that moment. The purpose of the activity was to promote social interaction and bonding between the audience to reduce feeling of loneliness and isolation. As we all know that elder women like to stay indoors, always cooped up in the house, so we wanted them to just reflect on their olden days, in my time. We were promoting creativity, and cognitive skills which help maintain mental sharpness. We all know that our grannies have their sugar diabetes and all that, so we wanted them to relax and be treated like queens. It was self-expression. As you can see, I said that they were allowed to express themselves through drawing, creativity, sense of achievement, to feel that you've achieved something. Okay, I drew something today, I did something. Enjoyment, of course. They were enjoying themselves with refreshments and drawing and all that. The level of participation between the group members, everyone in the group was given a role to play in preparation for the event that the group hosted. The group leader did all the work and constantly pushed everyone to do their work. Like I've just said, there were a lot of people that didn't pitch for meetings, that didn't bother to contribute towards the event. And most of us have never hosted an event, but our group leader made sure that our event will be a success. And I'm definitely sure that most of the decisions were taken by her because of people who did not pitch for their parts. It became evident with time that some of the group members disassociated themselves from the group or the entire program. That's one of the challenges that we had. We are a small group, but I think we worked with about 3 members from the camp until now. We are one group that has the smallest number of participants, yet we managed to do the event and it became a success. The challenges of the group were lack of participation. Like I've just said, that people didn't participate, not everyone participated. No communication. People didn't bother to communicate that, no, I won't be available due to this and this and this. No apologies for attending meetings or programs. Absenteeism due to academics or personal reasons. That was the biggest challenge because academics and the programs, they were clashing. For instance, right now, I have a class that I have to attend right after this, and it's in progress. But those are one of the decisions and sacrifices that we had to take on that day. The quote of the day that we got from Miss Lutuli on that day was, whoever counted you out cannot count. So I hope those are the words that we will take out from this presentation today. In that note, I'd like to thank all our partners, our Service Learning Unit, our Civic Center Engagement Unit, Gift of the Givers, our Molen Village Women, our audience. Advocate Rod Solomons of the Yes We Can Sport and Jazz Foundation for allowing us to host the event at their venue. Our coordinators, Ms. Jackie, Mr. Steven, and Mr. David, and of course our speakers. We also had one of our friends, Lucia, and the others who helped us in preparation of the event. Lucia was one of the people that even joined our group until today. She was helping us all the way. I am Lebohang Molo, and this is the Nieva Lieva group presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lebohang. I hope we all made a note or took something out of that. I definitely took out, if you count me out, you definitely cannot count. All right, with that being said, please welcome question marks up on stage. Ready? This one.
In recent years, there has been a global growing concern about the alarming rate at which non-renewable resources of energy, such as fossil fuels, are being depleted. This depletion has not only led to the environmental degradation and pollution, but also raised serious questions about the long-term sustainability of our energy systems. In response to these challenges, I give you question marks. To introduce our team, we have Annalisa as our group leader, Itumeleng and Inshaf as our administrators, Sipelele and AB as our senior researchers, and Nande, Tato, and Tokoloho as our junior researchers. I am Nicole Ross, in charge of logistics, and Lutendo, who served as our mentor. Our research topic for question marks was clean and affordable energy. The mission statement that question marks strived by was the team is dedicated to developing and implementing innovative technologies that improve the environment and create a more sustainable future for all. Our vision statement is that we strive and envision a world where all people have access to clean air, water, and land, and where our planet is protected from the harmful effects of climate change. We believe, as question marks, that technology can play a vital role in achieving this vision, and we are committed to using our skills and creativity to making a difference. Our values that we strive by include innovation. We are committed to developing new and innovative technologies that have a positive impact on the environment. Collaboration. We believe that the best solutions are developed through collaboration between experts from different fields. Sustainability. We are dedicated to developing technologies that are sustainable and environmentally friendly. And then we have equity. We believe that everyone should have access to the benefits of technology regardless of their backgrounds or circumstances. Our project sustainability is environmental sustainability. This includes projects that focus on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, pollution, and waste. For example, creating new technologies to recycle and reuse materials. Social sustainability. This includes projects focused on improving the lives of people and our communities. For example, our team could develop technologies to improve access to clean water and sanitation. Lastly, we have economic sustainability. This includes projects that focus on creating a sustainable economy. For instance, our team could develop technologies to improve energy efficiencies and reduce waste. I will now be handing over to my fellow group member, Tato, to talk about our projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. So I'm going to be talking about the projects that we participated in. So which brings me first to our first project, which was the Vice Chancellor Symposium, which took place at right here in Belleville on the 4th of August. So we collaborated with the STEM Club under the Service Learning and Civic Engagement Unit. So the STEM Club had a competition where students had to present their very own innovative inventions or prototypes on how we can channel into the usage of sustainable and renewable energy. So we were given an opportunity to educate the attendees, which were the CPT students, about renewable energy and how it can benefit us into channeling into dealing with this energy crisis. So initially we were supposed to have been joined by high school students, but due to the taxi strike, which was an unforeseen circumstance, they were not able to join us on that day. But irregardless of that, we as question marks, we were able to also invent our very own innovative prototype, which then brings me to the slide where this was behind the scene. Some of us had to even hold drills we've never held before. We even had to, put ourselves in very uncomfortable situations, but regardless of that, we were able to succeed. So we also had our very own exhibition stall. This was our exhibition stall where we were exhibiting our prototype. And moving on, this was the initial prototype. Unfortunately, we don't have it, the physical one, but this is just a rough sketch of what our prototype was. But I hope you're going to understand what I'm going to explain now. So our prototype had a pump, a battery, wires, switch, and a light bulb. So basically, the pump blows the air into, we had a small container that kept the fan in so that the pressure of the air that pumps, that the pump pumps into it can convert and charge the battery. So which then now lights up the bulb. However, if in the case of if the battery runs out of charge, we pump, then again it charges the battery. So which then is sustainable and renewable. Now our second project was the SAB artery. Very exciting one as well. So the video that you're about to see right now was the ice-breaking moment, where we were engaging in different sort of exercises. But yeah, just have a look. It was quite hectic, It looks very easy here, but it was very, very hectic. So that basically was just to get us, and our body and our minds ready for the activities of the day. So we were also invited. Wow, we were also invited, and obviously we took the opportunity to go there and speak to the SAB employees about, or rather educating them about sustainable and renewable energy. So we then also told them about the importance of studying courses that are within the STEM field. But I mean, why are we also, encouraging them to study courses that are within the STEM field, where else they can also study other courses? But then, because we believe that not only they will have skills that will qualify them as professionals in one particular subject, but also skills that can be used, in range of other sectors, such as solving real problems with innovative and creative solutions. So, and of course, we told them that all those courses are offered right here at our very own university. And as you can see there, our team, they were explaining to them on how they can register and the what do you call this thing? The requirements that they have to meet in order for them to enter into those courses. And what else? Yes, and again, we believe that the more innovative people we have studying the courses that are within the STEM field, the greater chances we have in solving the energy crisis we have as a country. So these are the people that we worked with to have the information that we have today. So we worked with the electrical and electronic computer engineering department. We also worked with our lecturers. We also worked with Mr. Lizwi Mfeka, which he is the managing director of Zenco Energy, Saratech as well, and Prof. Okudo. I hope I pronounced that right. Challenges. So, yeah, I think we'll do that.
We would also just like to reflect on the challenges that we faced as a group. So the major challenges was the taxi strike. We experienced civil unrest on the day the VC symposium took place, and half of our team could not make it to the event due to the unsafe conditions in Cape Town. Academic obligations was also a huge challenge for our team. Many of us could not attend meetings because of how demanding our academic obligations are, and then definitely also a lack of communication. I think due to our various busy schedules and possibly load shedding, we did not communicate as effectively as we would loved to. Thank you. I would just like to leave you off with a quote from Stephen Chu. As the saying goes, the Stone Age did not end because we ran out of stones. We transitioned to better solutions. The same opportunity lies before us with energy efficiency and clean energy. Thank you.
Well, as you could see, I was smiling and gawking at them as a proud leader and proud mother because they're my babies. But I'm super, super proud of them. Without further ado, 12 shades of, 12 shades of green. Please make your way to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Well, this is a surprise. The program was saying otherwise, but we are here, we are ready for you. Once again, good morning. My name is Presley Makholane, a student from the Civil Engineering and Department. Geomatics Department. I'm here with
Lerato Patience Sokonote, a food technology student and a peer educator, an award-winning one.
With all protocols observed, I would like to introduce our group. Okay. The name of our group is 12 Shades of Green. We come with different shades. Green is for the vegetation and nature. As you can see on the next slide, we are the leaders of this group. As you can see, for the footsteps, it's only the two of us into leadership, and followed by our 10 shades. And coming into our sustainable goal, we are sustainable goal number 2, which is taken out from the circle. Looking at the sustainable goal development goals, according to the World Food Program, South Africa happens to be one of the highest rate that experiences food insecurity, with more than half of the population that are food insecure. And just to jump on to understanding what food insecurity is, it refers to the lack and to access to refers to lack to access to sufficient, safe, nutritious food. And food gardening project happens to be projects that will make South Africa a better place in increasing fresh fruit, healthy, and communities that are well equipped with nutritious food. And this also is a goal which will potentially reduce poverty. Moving on to the next slide, we come to our mission and vision. Our mission was to educate learners and students to raise awareness about the values of food security by establishing food gardens for schools in our communities. And looking into their future, we thought that our vision should be achieving food security, slowly eradicating hunger, and advancing into sustainable agriculture. And this brings us to our values, where we want to bring about food sustainability, growth among communities and institutions to help out small communities, respect among ourselves, compassion, generosity, fairness. We have to be fair when it comes to food. We want equal share. Then our first action we took towards our project was making a difference in the Nelson Mandela, on the Nelson Mandela Day. We were so privileged, also honored to have the VC on our side, planting 67 trees. And I tell you what, I did count those trees, they are 67. During that day, we learned ways of planting trees. It wasn't an easy task, where we had to dig, like, it was already prepared for us, but there were 67 holes where we had to compact each and one of them to make the soil nice and level, placing the compost, balancing the trees with the stick to make sure it grows up straight, and filling up the soil so that to a point that it is good for watering purposes. Then coming on our very first thing which we did with our project activity, we had to know what is going on with it. And to find out more, we made our very first site visit.
So on our first visit, we went to Bellevue Primary School, where we were going there for research purposes. So we found out that the school had established a Green Finger program whereby they are doing gardening for the school, and it is to feed the students at the school. So the school has about 1,000 learners, and with the learners, they feed around 300 plus learners in a day, whereby most of the learners are from underprivileged backgrounds. So we went there for research purposes for our program, so that we can find out ways and solutions on how to move forward with our project.
We were assisted or advised by Ms. Jackie on how to carry on when it comes to such project, because we know they have a history in collaboration with the school. So, and the school, you have to know that it's a venue for the National Senior Certificate examinations for CPUT's second chance matric rewrite project. Then in terms of the Green Fingers, as she explained, it is a food gardening club, but that was started by a group of learners. Then I was impressed, we were impressed with the school, because way before COVID-19, they already started the food kitchens. You can see there was a base where there was existing project from other institutions. Then it came to our planning of the event. It wasn't an easy task. We had our advisors, which our alumni, and they were so excited, as you can see, to assist in our meetings. Planning such a project to think about learners, it wasn't easy. We had to go back and research on our homes, not only our homes, but then amongst ourselves students, to find out how do we keep our mindset within the level of learners as much as we are students. So with that planning, we had a lot of things to think about. We came with ideas, a list of ideas, I'm telling you. Once we were so excited to share with the kids. Then it was important to think of, like, there should be tools involved. Not only tools, what are the learners going to have during this event that represents the green, 12 shades of green, green fingers, We were so excited. We even had to come up with stones from the previous 2022 project engagement with the school. We started out setting up the program, planning bit by bit. There were so many meetings, I'm telling you, arranging this. So we tried to create in our own way, give out that greenness, the life, the nature, you know. But then we wanted also to take caution that we have to raise the CPUT flag. And in that, we're committing into the third pillar of our university's vision for 2030 strategic blueprint. Just to get into our project program, we had activities within our programs. Activities such as handing out t-shirts. We had to make sure there were enough. Our target was 35 learners. And by surprise, teachers came through because they were moved by this project. Principal gave us a warm welcome. Principal Andy Josephus was a very respectful guy and presented us how the school is a school where knowledge is their lifestyle, you know. Then we went on to gardening.
So with the gardening, we had to change and readjust our program for the time being because on the day of the activity, we had some challenges because we realized that the school had double booked. So we had to mix gardening with food for thought so that we do not have food for thought whereby we teach the students about gardening and then later on go to the garden and actually do the actual practical of the gardening. So what we did was that we went to the gardening with the learners because we get to understand that the span for them to actually listen is very small and they get distracted very easily and already they just wanted to eat and go because it's a Saturday. But we had to make sure that we teach them and do it practically so that they could understand, and we're actually very impressed to see some of them coming with notes at the gardening site, writing and actually asking more questions and doing the actual work.
As you saw from the first two slides, presenting us, I was the serious one. I thought maybe I was the only one with taking notes, but students were competing with me taking notes. So also in terms of getting resources for our project activity, we didn't know we required compost, prepared vegetables. One thing about me as a civil student, we have to prepare in advance. So this thing I didn't know about. We were so curious to find out more about it. Then, as Lerato stated, we had some few challenges where there was a little participant, and we used the WhatsApp as our main source of communication. And like previous groups, we also had a taxi challenge, but then we managed to pull through. When it comes to arrangement of venues, booking venues, guys, we were so excited with that venue, but then we had to accept the classroom arrangement at the end of the day. And another challenge was seeking out donation. It's not simple as it is, and we didn't want to exhaust other form of donations from the civil learning and the service learning and civic engagement unit.
So another reason why we were seeking for donations is because we didn't only want to go to the school and teach the learners about gardening, but we also wanted to keep them busy so long while the plants or the vegetables in the garden are still growing so that they could also eat. So that is why we were going around asking for donations, but unfortunately we could not get any.
With those challenges, we did come up with solutions, and we will recommend some of the few things that we came up with. We were so excited, but our mindset, Mr. David always told us that we have to bring that yay vibe to the learners. They must be like, yay, we were there. You know, that garden, yay. Then the brainstorming, that's where it started to, you have to work as a team. We try to gather as much people as we can. we set out those links, invitations. Guys, please join us. This will be very worth your time, you know. Then our communication skill came to improvement. We got to communicate with other people from different engagements where we collaborated with them in coming up with ideas in order to present ourselves to the school. We managed, the management supported our ideas. Like I said before earlier, there was a list of so many ideas, but then we managed them properly with the advice of Ms. Jackie and Mr. David. Then the teamwork was, it was great, guys. As much as it was hard during those times of the strike, but we did pull through. Then we boosted our self-confidence. We knew there were certain individuals who wanted to be placed in the sports for them to grow as much as we wanted to grow. It was exercising our leadership roles from the camp and to the institution, to the community. So, and again, we learned that these ideas won't be possible through the support of the community. You can't just take the idea and implement it without the community supporting it. Everyone, this is our team, the 12 Shades of Green. We were involved with the horticulture and horticulture student from the advanced and post graduate. They were so very helpful. They were excited to join us. And I would like to thank everyone, our partners from the Green Fingers coordinators, which is Mr. Ditlek and Mr. Van Veek. We had a student from other engagement who joined us and made this possible. Thank you very much, guys. We truly appreciate your time and effort into this project. The Yay vibe was established, you know. Then, thank you very much. This was a very exciting project where happy tummies for the bundle of joys.
Lovely. 12 shades of green, lovely, and thank you. I don't know about the online viewers or the audience that sit before me. I am indeed addicted to the sound of Zolani Youth Choir. So I would like to welcome them back on stage for another performance. Please join your hands as we applaud them. I have lost words. I cannot describe it anymore. Other than I'm speechless, truly. It is adorable, it's cute, I don't know. But without further ado, I would like to welcome one of our group representatives of EcoCycle Club. So,
in a world where our resources are limited and the impact of our actions on the environment are becoming increasingly apparent, it is essential that we come together and talk about responsible consumption and reproduction. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to extend my greetings to each and every one of you. We are EcoCycle Club, Remix, Reduce, Made Fun. My name is Yamkela Mchingila, and I'm with my team here, Rifenche as our team leader, Amanda Ndao as our researcher, Tabiso, organizer, and Dineo, who is currently not available. Our vision is to become a global leader in promoting sustainable and circular economies where resources are used effectively, waste is reduced, and the needs of both people and the environment are given first priority. And our mission is to encourage a movement towards ethical consumption and production methods by offering creative solutions, raising awareness and enabling people and organizations to make sustainable decisions that protect the environment, support social fairness, and guarantee a prosperous future for all. Our project description is about bringing awareness and educating the university and the community about responsible consumption and production, reducing and reusing, and recycling. I'm going to hand over to one of my group members.
Good morning, everyone. As Yamkela has introduced me, I'm Amanda Ndao, a third-year tourism student. I'll be going through with you through research, a report that was published by Statistics of South Africa in 2018. It was estimated that 90% of the 59 million tons of waste produced in 2011 ended up in landfill, with only 10% being recycled. In that case, I want to, oh God, sorry guys. Oh.
It was estimated that only 5.2% of South African households recycled in 2015. Those were statistics that were taken in 2018. So you can imagine what the statistics are in 2023. So with that research, we decided to not be part of the problem, but be part of the change. The first thing that we all decided on was that we're going to go paperless. So we decided that we're not going to print pamphlets, which people are just going to look at for a few minutes and then throw them away. So the first event we went to, we took part in, was at the STEM Symposium event. We had an exhibition there. We did our stall, and basically we were just trying to educate people about reducing, reusing, and recycling. And these are some of the, some of the decorations we decided to do. Firstly, we decided that we're not gonna have a budget, so we're gonna make use of stuff that we already have. So we first started off by having a poster. We just made one poster so everyone can go and look at it. And instead of having pamphlet printout, we decided to have a QR code that you can use your phone to scan, and will take you to the pamphlet, which is giving you steps on how you can take part in reducing, reusing, and recycling. And we made bins out of boxes that were already there. And on the far left, oh, you're right, is the flowers that we decided to make out of plastic bottles. Instead of using flowers and then throwing them again, we decided to make use of something that we already have, which was going to be later thrown away. And our second event was at the Pandapreneurs event. We also had a stall there. We decided to mix it up a bit, but we still stuck with our values where we didn't want to buy stuff. We decided to make stuff as well. And this was some of the decorations we had. We had puzzles that we made ourselves and a game where we had cardboard boxes and you had to move them from one block to the other without putting the big ones on top of the small ones. So we decided to make our stalls more exciting because we know as students, you don't like being talked to. You like to be part of something, and we realize that something that students really love more than interacting is getting prizes. So we made most of the activities have like prizes we can win, hence we had the games. And the participation was fairly good because we had students who were like, oh, this is so fun, maybe I can do this with my siblings at home. So we kind of taught them that you don't need to constantly have to buy stuff for entertainment. Just get whatever you have and make do with it. Sorry, I skipped too fast. Yeah, so we're trying to let students first to kind of learn how they can be part of the change. So we know that sometimes you think about making a change being like not a big deal if it's just you. But the small changes that you implement in your life, and some of you are trendsetters, and once you do something, you get your siblings to join you, your friends, and then it becomes a big change. So here are some of the few steps that my group also take part in to make sure that we do not become part of the problem. So for starters is basically when you can use energy efficient light bulbs. Instead of using light bulbs that run off and they do not do anything for the planet, and most of these light bulbs are actually recyclable, like, yeah, when you get them. And we decided that when we have food scraps or leftovers, we're also gonna do like fertilizers with them. So just collect them instead of just dumping them away, collect them and then you use them as fertilizers. And this, the third thing you could do is using water bottles. Instead of constantly having to buy bottles to get water, you use the bottle that you have. And the nice thing is that you can use it for years and years, and it actually saves you money instead of going to buy bottled water. And the fourth thing is that instead of constantly getting to buy plastic, why don't you reuse the bags that you have? And the nice thing about this events that we had so far is that we're actually given bottles that people can use, so you don't have to buy the bottles because you're already given them in our goodie bags. And you also have goodie bags, so you might as well use them to carry your groceries and stuff. And this might not be the most frugal option for us students because we're on a budget, but wherever you can, you purchase biodegradable goods. And this is, the other one is a small, but it makes a big change when you leave the room and there's no one in there. Just switch off the light because there's nobody using it. And also you can recycle. We actually did a research that when you just dump your bottles, you can actually help the recyclers further by separating the label from the bottles and then trying to squeeze out the air out of the bottle before throwing it away. that also helps, like make it easier for people who are gonna be recycling. And the next is when you're using water, maybe like you're washing something, when you're not using, let's say for example, you're brushing your teeth. When you're still brushing, switch off that tap. You'll switch it on when you're rinsing your teeth. So use water wisely. There's people who don't have water, so you have the privilege to actually enjoy some of the lavish things, which is water, so use it wisely. And the last option is thrifting. I don't know if people are aware of the term thrifting, but that's when you buy clothes that have already been worn before, instead of supporting fast fashion, which after they use the thing is they dump them away. So I decided to take it a bit further, and I wore a dress that I actually thrifted myself to show you that some of the things that people have worn are not like torn out or old. They can still be good. Yes.
Morning, everyone. I'm going to take you through what we've learned. So, before that, we wanted to emphasize that we wanted to emphasize with all these games and quizzes that we don't have to always buy things twice or multiple twice. We can recycle. We can recycle and produce a new item that will help, just like how we did with our games. Remember, we showed you our puzzles and games using our boxes. And also, you can reuse things such as plastic water bottles, cans, and plastic bags. Also, with us going paperless, it's for us to know that we can always opt out for another sustaining way. You don't always have to use hazardous items to use, like whenever you creating a project. Always opt for recycle and use a sustainable way, and protect our land, since well we are living in it. So what I'll advise is that everyone must always clean up after using everything that they do. Even after exiting this venue, can you please clean up everything that you came with, and papers, collect them well, and leave the place like we've got it before. Please, thank you.
As EcoCycle Club, we had challenges as any other groups. We had challenges in communication, because some of the members were like not communicating with us. If like there's a meeting, and then we're like, people would just like keep quiet in the WhatsApp group, and regarding that's our schedules were clashing, so we resolved by keeping our meetings online, and that thing worked well for us. And another challenge was the taxi strike, because we had a stall on the National Science Week. So yeah, it was a bit of a challenge getting things done, like having to go to the having to come to campus so that we can print like our posters and stuff. And another challenge that we had was that we were less informative about the projects that we were doing. As you saw on the, okay, let me show you. Sorry. Okay. As you see, like our first stall on the National Science Week, like it had like less items, like because we didn't have like more information on what we were doing. But that didn't stop us from having a blooming stall that's like we had on the Pandapreneur event. So the us being less informative did not stop us, but it It's moralized us to go and research more about our projects, of which we did, and every one of our members brought something which was made out of recycled items. As you can see, the games, the beans, and the flowers, like everything. Thank you.
Just in closing, I would like to thank Ms. Jackie, Mr. David, Mr. Steve for giving us the opportunity to come and talk to you guys. And would like to say this does not end here. What you've heard today, please apply it in your daily lives. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. We're in this together. And I'd like to leave you with this quote by Bill, which says, to leave the world better than you found it, sometimes you have to pick up other people's trash. Emphasizing this quote because some of us think just because you didn't throw that bottle, you can't pick it up. Just because you didn't do that, you can't pick it up. This is our world. Together we can make a change. Thank you.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Thank you so much, EcoCycle Club. I would like to welcome superheroes up on stage. You guys ready for me?
Good morning, everyone. That was tiring, yeah. All right, so my name is Atengosi Sobada. I'm here with my lovely partner, Nompumelelo Ntuli. The name of the group is Superheroes. I'm looking at you guys like, oh, check this guy, he's on Scrubs, calling them superheroes. Nah, it's not us. We're not speaking about us, we speak about the communities that we train. They are the superheroes. So that's why we came there with a name called superheroes. Because if Avengers can call them superheroes, even our communities that save lives, they can call themselves superheroes. That was the name. All right, so this is me and my lovely partner, Nompumelelo, smiling at you guys. All right. So the main goal of our training was, I'm not sure about you guys, if you've ever been in an emergency situation and then you're clueless on what to do. I've been there. And then, like, I was wearing like a lab coat that time, doing another course, and then people from my location, I'm from Nyanga, people from my location, they'll look at this guy, okay, he's gonna be a doctor, and then someone was stabbed, and then they call me, please come help. Say, Ati, please come help. We know maybe they've trained you already. You're like, no, guys, I don't know what to do. So the best way is to take the person and send them to Kukule to CHC. And then from there, it was a wake-up call because I love to help people. And then I joined this program, and then Ms. Kipas gave us the opportunity to run the first aid project, part of the civic education engagement. Yeah, so this was the objective. But the project was to provide first aid training and then also do some health promotion to the team, because this is tiring. I was tired already. So also the people who were training, so that they can try to be active, so that when they're in the emergency situation, they can able to perform quality and effective CPR. And then you also try to reduce mortality. So I'm not sure about you guys, where you come from, but like in Nyanga is regarded as a red zone, and in some areas like in Cape Town or the Western Cape, but also globally. So red zone is areas that ambulance cannot get there until they are escorted by police services, SAPs, you see. And then if someone dies in that area, they have to wait for an hour or 2 hours for the ambulance to be escorted in the police to the area. So you'll find the ambulances, they are like queuing in the police station, waiting for a police escort. So you'll find our community is distressed, they don't know what to do while they're still waiting for this ambulance. So that was one of the reasons we thought, okay, let's take this project to the communities because they actually need it. So yeah. So our sustainable development goals as well, which is to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all ages. So so that was one of our SDG, our sustainable development goals. All right, so as mentioned already, that was also part of trying to reduce mortality. What is mortality? Reducing people not to die on where we can actually save them. Could be promoting their health, living a healthy lifestyle, or reducing injuries that or like training them to actually do management that can save person dying. Yeah. Okay. So another importance about the project was to try to improve emergency response or provide first aid, as I mentioned. So was to make sure that the people, we give them the skills to manage an emergency situation. So while they're still waiting for the ambulance, they could be doing something, understand? Not to panic, try to call, and then the person is dying, and then they don't know what to do. Well, whereas like what they could help is like a small thing, like doing CPR, making sure someone is choking, like you can take something out. My partner is going to elaborate more on that. And then I also wanted to educate them on the right things to do, because we all watch TV. We know what they do there in Durban Jan and Durban Jan and what is the other one? Chicago Med, where they do CPR in an inappropriate way. See, and then also to try to correct the misconception that we have as some cultures. One of the examples is when someone is having a seizure. We all know a seizure, right? When someone is having a seizure, we want to put shoes, put sock on their mouth, all that stuff, which is wrong. So we wanted to try to enlighten like our communities, what are the right things to do on those emergency situations. So we're trying to like correct the misconception and then also prepare them for any emergency situation that they have, who to call and how to follow the proper channels that help can come quicker. All right, so our main aim was to build superheroes, not us, we're not the superheroes, was to build superheroes, which is the communities, and make sure that they save lives in their communities and then preventing further injury. So like coming to the example that I made, stopping someone, not putting a sock in the mouth of someone who's making a decision, tell them no, put the person lateral or on the side, put them in the recovery position, all that stuff. I see. And then building like the community to be together and resilient so that they can promote the health and management of their own community. All right. So when did this whole stuff that I'm babbling about happen? So we're here at CPUT. The emergency medicine department helped us with the venue. So this took place on the 1st of September. And then we're in F block. So in F block, we had 3 stations. And then these are the participants. So the participants were a group of women. The women, they have their own community security, like small enterprise. And then it is led by Miss Bottas, Loveta Bottas. The name of the other program is Kamisa Community Partners. So they were in Vanguard. CPUT provided transport in help of Mrs. Skippers and the academy to go fetch them. And then they brought them here. And then when they got here, they had like setup was nice. They had coffee, food, you see. And then we also like had BMC, which is the Bachelor of Emergency Care, second year students also helping us with the whole project. And then these were 16 women, and the company is also led by women. So women, all right. So other learning outcomes that you wanted to achieve with this project was to improve communication skills to the BMC2 students, which is the second year students of the program, of our own program, and also like increase confidence. Because as the teaching goes, see one, do one, and teach one. So we show how to do CPR, so they saw, and then we told them to do it, and then they were able to teach also to the Kamisa community partners as well. So that was the whole point of the whole program as well, so that we can improve leadership abilities to the second year students, so that they can be here next year, be part of the civic education and the academy. So, and then we wanted to provide like a better communication, a better understanding of the whole project. Why are we doing this? Like who needs this whole program? And then I think that message was sent well. And then also to like validate our personal experience, because this thing changes all the time. So it's good sometimes to like keep learning, because before you to like kiss the person, I'm kidding, not kissing. You're providing a mouth-to-mouth when you're doing CPR, and then those things will change because of COVID, those things will change because of other people have other communicable diseases like TB, so it's not a safe practice to do it anymore. So there were mouthpieces provided, but they don't provide proper protection. So now it's good like to just do like CPR only, which is a good thing. You're still saving a life. All right, so my partner will take over from here.
Forgive me for being short. Okay, please. Hello everyone. So as you have heard that we were collaborating with the Kamisa Community Property, which brought the participants. So we also collaborated with the EMC, we call them BEMC because we have the diploma one. So we call them BEMC, second year students, because it was also their project, which is for marks in their course. So we collaborated with them. Actually, we were the ones guiding them, teaching them, because we were also part of this project last year when we were still second years. So we know very well what it entails, what it needs, and everything. So we also had our beautiful alumni leaders. I won't say their names because I'm bad at pronouncing names. So I'd rather just, they know themselves, but yeah, thank you to them. Also, Miss Skipis was there, also Miss Teresa was there. Mr. David, even though he didn't stay for long, but he was there also. And our lovely lecturer from our department who was the one to help us with a lot of things, he was there. So our preparations, how we prepared for this. So it was a thing of that BMC students had to do a lot of things. They were the ones who had to draft the program because we didn't want to do everything for them. They had to learn by themselves, They had to also be able to stand by themselves. So we made sure that they made the arrangements, but we were communicating with them before the project. We were talking and checking if everything is fine for the project before the project. So we also spoke about the safety and risk management because the venue where we were having a lot of things can happen, so we had to communicate about that when preparing the project. So this was part of our preparations to test out the equipment to see if they're gonna do something, if they're gonna teach the people CPR and everything, are they doing it correctly, So this was our testing, part of the preparation before the event. So our learning and teaching approach included us bringing them in one venue in the F block, as you have heard. That's where we do our practicals normally for the whole department, but it's certain groups that do the practicals there. So we had the main introductions of everyone. We had to, break the ice. We had to make sure that the BMC2s all had to speak and introduce themselves and gain confidence, So we divided them into smaller groups, took them into 3 different rooms. So those 3 different rooms had different stations, which I will talk about. We allocated roles to each and every student, and yes. So, and then we had interactions in the main group whereby they were briefed of everything that's going to happen before. So, yeah. So we had our activities for the day, which included CPR. Okay, so this was when we were teaching our participants. So our BMC2 students made sure that they're teaching them of how to do it properly, how to put your knees, how to bend your knees, how to put your hands, how to how your posture should look like. You see, some of them were doing it wrong. They had to do them. We had to play the song that we came up with, Save a Life, So we had to play that song in order to have the right rhythm for them, because it's very difficult to do the rhythm. Some of them do it very quickly, some of them do it very slowly, so it has to be balanced. There are rules of doing a proper CPR, and if you're not doing it proper, then you're not saving a life. So our room 2 had wound care. So in the wound care, they taught them about how to take care of a wound when you are burned, how to take care of a wound when they're stabbing, because there's a lot of things that people are doing wrong. When somebody has a knife stab, some people remove the knife, whereas you ain't supposed to remove it. So that's the things that they were taught about, how to put a bandage, and they also gave them a chance to, show us if they're gonna do it right in the road, they're gonna do it right when they're helping someone there in the community. So they were given bandages and some other stuff to, And then the third room, The third room consisted of choking. So choking happens anywhere, everywhere, anytime. Even now, we were eating, anyone could choke. So we had to also teach them, especially kids. Kids choke a lot, Kids choke a lot. So we had to teach them how to do that on children and adults. So this way, some of the pictures of the day. And more pictures. So, as EMS students, risk management is the biggest part of us. So we have to always put it in place. So we had to make sure that, we become vigilant of injuries that could come there. Because, when you're doing CPR, there's a lot of strain in your arms. So you can strain yourself, you can sprain yourself, you can injure yourself whilst doing it. So we had to take note of that. We had to make sure that we be vigilant of that. This equipment is not ours and it costs fortunes. That's what we heard. But yeah, so if we break anything, we will be irresponsible. So we had to make sure that we check health. Also, people could be choking whilst we're doing the presentation because there was food. So we had to be vigilant of all of those things. Those were discussed beforehand to make sure that, we on standby, me and him, to check if there will be any risk, injuries, or health concerns. So we had challenges that day. Not a lot, but yeah. So our BMNC students didn't have self-confidence because they were scared that, we're going to be teaching a little bit older people or, people that are that have a big age gap from us. So what if those people don't take us serious? What if those people just don't listen to us? They're like, they're just a bunch of kids. But luckily, we did brief them. We did tell them of how you should just be yourself, present. Whoever listens will listen to you. But luckily also, Miss Jakey and Mr. David had briefed the participants beforehand that, what, there's going to be students there. You should also listen to them. They're going to give you knowledge that you guys don't have. You're willing to learn. So you also have to learn from them, So yeah, that self-confidence was built when they realized during the presentation that, what, these people are actually willing to learn. These people are old, but they're still giving us attention. They're giving us that thing to say, yes, we're listening to you. So we had budget items for that day. So obviously we needed catering, we needed gift packs for them, to motivate them to say, we also appreciate you coming here. You here to learn, but we also learn from you. Transport also for them to come to our place, to come to CPUT, which is far from where they stay. And this was all organized by our Service Learning and Civic Engagement Unit. Also, our department, the EMS department, helped us with the venue, first aid equipment, as you can see, the ones that we have here, and also banners. So we still have upcoming projects, which we didn't do, and we're looking forward to them. We're gonna put our best, the swimming gala and first aid training.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be like up in Mossel Bay. Ooh, most jazz.
Okay, so on our evaluation, so the participants were given time to evaluate on the project. How did they feel? That's where we got to see how they were eager to learn and how they were outdated on the information, how they had a lot of misconceptions. They spoke of how they didn't know that, things evolve every year. They were still stuck on the mouth to mouth. They were still stuck on a lot of conceptions. They didn't even know that some things are part of the first aid, They also didn't know that, if you're burnt, you can't use Colgate because a lot of people use Colgate when they're burnt. So they had to learn about those things. If you also want to know more, next year you can catch us. There's still going to be more. I can't teach you everything now, yeah. So by the BMC students, they actually gained confidence. They talked about how this thing also made them feel like, they're in charge of something for once, Also having that courage to speak in front of people. They didn't have that. They spoke highly of how this thing helped them. So us as a team, I wouldn't say we had much of challenges because yes, it's just the two of us. So it was nice collaborations. We had communications now and then, you know, checking on each other to say, hey, remember, we're part of this project. How are we gonna come up with this and that? So it was very nice in my team. I wouldn't say we had any big challenges. We have the greatest team ever, I can say. On a personal level, so I was very inspired of how also the security company was started by women. You know, women just decided to know, you know what, let's just create job employment for women, you know, let's start the security company. So I was very, very happy to find that there's something like that. So I also learned, I also took something, and I also saw how I am a good leader of teaching BMC students of how to behave, of how to take care of a project, you know, which is this big. For me, it's very big. It's a very big project. And then I would say on future perspectives, I would love for us to start by the academy, teach the academy this first aid, and then go teach the whole maybe university, attend schools, teach also young school kids, because it would be nice even if children know about how to save a child from choking, how to, you know, take care of their own wounds instead of them just leaving it open and then it get infected and those kind of things, you know. And then advice for the next group, I would love to advise the next group that's going to be joining next year to also learn more, to do their research before coming up for this nice project, to, you know, engage and to have a good collaboration, because a lot of groups were complaining of how there's a lot of challenges. So they have to learn beforehand of how to communicate as a group, you know, to not have challenges, just like our group. Thank you.
Thank you, superheroes. That was indeed lovely and educational. Without further ado, let us welcome pandapreneurs. She took it out, yeah. Mia. Did, I'll text you.
You never know how hard it is to present until you stand in front, you know. Oh, so yeah, standing before you, and again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Standing before you is Sakile Piki Mapena, a second-year student in sports management, an aspiring soccer player, and a soccer player at the CPUT Football Club. And standing next to me is a friend and a colleague, Lucia Sicham, a second-year student in business and information administration, and artist as well, an aspiring artist as well. So from the bio I just gave you, you could tell that there's a link of sports, arts, and culture, you know. So that's where the slogan of Pandapreneurs come from. It's our passion, but we're willing to turn it into a profit. So yes, we are Pandapreneurs. Panda, the word panda, it's actually, it means hustle. Since we're from the hood, you know, we're trying to make it out here in the big city in Cape Town, we just have to be the pandas or the hustlers in the city, you know. So pandapreneur means hustle, the preneur is for entrepreneur. So it's a transition between being a hustler into being a formal entrepreneur. And since we've noticed that in the township we have a lot of hustlers who just don't have more information about being formal entrepreneurs, what to do, how to register companies, and everything. So as you can see in this group, these are the minds behind Pandapreneurs. With the help of our mentor, Atlehang Likabe,
who unfortunately couldn't be here. So as you know, each and everything that you start or program that you start needs to have a vision, a mission, and an objectives. So our mission, we want to open doors for young innovators into the business sector. Like for me, example, I've been selling since grade 2. I started selling sweets, but now I'm selling clothes, sneakers, and everything, you know. And we would like to expand in the job sector to create local economic opportunities. We want these opportunities that we're getting in the city to be in the township, to have more information, to have more knowledge, and to acquire more skills. We want to increase the economic growth and sustainability. And our mission, we work on enhancing entrepreneurship skills. You know, there are people who are very good at selling, but just don't know how to meet the right audience and everything. So with us, we would like to teach people how to start their markets, how to read their markets, and how to come across and attract their market. As us, the word pandapreneurs already attracted some of you people, as it is unique, just like the two of us and the rest of the crew. We would like to also educate entrepreneurs about the business sector. Also, the objective are to create employment through entrepreneurship and youth empowerment, you know, because as we are evolving in the fourth industrial revolution, employment is scarce, so we want to teach people how to create their own jobs and be beneficial to the gross domestic product of South Africa.
As my fellow colleague has stated, the sustainability development goals that we have chosen is the decent work and economic growth. So by this, we're trying to create employment through entrepreneurship. We all know that the job sector is getting smaller and smaller day by day. So it's not because we are incompetent or we don't have the certain qualifications, but it is because of the opportunities and the many people are overly, there are many graduates that we have at surplus. Né? So this was our problem. So we came up with a solution to provide a knowledge-based foundation for our entrepreneurs. That was our main aim, and provide them with necessary information to turn their business ideas into viable business ideas. So the board of already stated the purpose of the project. For the project to take off, we had certain preparations which were allocating roles amongst us, securing the venue, confirmation from speakers. We had to send emails and confirm with them that this is an event that is going to partake, and it is a sure thing. And we distributed invitations. We came up with the project name, which is the Community Engagement Bootcamp Business Engagement. We came up with a theme. The expenses comprises of the venue, the decorations, the gift bags, catering. Oh, the food was exceptional. It was out of this world. We all know that in restaurants we have to pay big amounts of money to get a decent meal, but we had the privilege to get it for free. We did our marketing and promotions through Instagram. We did bloopers videos where we reminded people about the days remaining of the event. So the event partake place at Granger Bay campus on the 12th of September. This was the reception where people registered and got their gift, the tags, their name tags. We had two program directors, which was Tandi Lovu, who conducted the first session, and Mr. Tumelo Panane, who conducted the second session. Following this is our community. We hosted 100 participants on the day, and we were wearing formal as it was a business event, and we were training ourselves for the professional workspace.
And we also had the privilege of hosting the Dean of Faculty, the Dean of the Faculty of Business and Management Sciences, who is Mr. Prof. Green. You know, it was said by Ms. Skeppers that Mr. Prof. Green doesn't usually attend events, but for us, it was very eye-catching and mouth-watering. Of course, pandapreneurs, you know. So we also had the privilege of the presentation of Ms. Jada Perens, who was talking about the cultivation of an entrepreneur in the spirit of the CPUT. She is a senior marketing officer at CPUT. And also we have Mr. Rushdin Rose, who is in the Faculty of Clothing and Textile and part of the technology station here in CPUT. He was talking more about the function of the clothing station, the sewing programs that they host in townships for 1 week, and then they make people, like, I think they give people qualifications or just skills for that 1 week for people to make business out of their sewing. I'm sorry if English, I'm too nervous. Okay. And also we had the privilege of hosting Mr. Philip Kunzai Chivuri, who was talking about the financial systems and its architecture and about to know your money. He said a very important quote to me that I live by day. He said, do not work for money, let money work for you. You know, and I know he's not the one that created the quote, but it's mainly from a book by Robert Kiyosaki, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, one of my favorite financial authors who teaches you about hustling, about managing your businesses, about the reading of the target markets.
Other speakers were Mr. Christopher Cupido from Enactus. He's the acting head of Department for Entrepreneurship and Business Management. He talked about student social enterprise development through Enactus as a community engagement project. Our next speaker was Mr. Calvin Maseko, a director of advancement in CPUT. He talked about creating partnerships with our community and acquiring sponsors. One thing that I've captivated from the speaker was that he told us that when you have a business idea, do not tell us about your business idea, communicate with us so that you can develop your idea and hear different perspectives from different people and different mindsets so that you can evolve and make your business to be effective and valuable. Another speaker was Miss Tola Xilishe, a jobs officer from National Youth Development Agency. She talked about entrepreneurship and youth cooperative development projects. So the NYDA focuses on developing businesses. It helps with developing your business plans. They offer funding. They also have bursaries, different bursaries. They mentor you and you can become a mentor in their organization. We invited student entrepreneurs because we wanted them to share their success stories on their businesses. As we all know, people tend to show the positive side of business and show the profitable side of business, and they don't show the challenges that they face on a daily basis. So we wanted to give students and the audience the realistic perspectives of business. We had our first speaker was Akabobo, an owner of Inuga by Aka Chick Lamb Inches, and she also launched her new business on the 15th of September, which is called Fancy Apparel. Our other speaker was William Matsipane, an owner of Great Thoughts Empire, which comprises of multiple businesses from fixing phones, selling food, and recycling old jeans and turning them into new bags and jackets.
As you can see, sacrifices were made, and I would like to say for the first time in my life, this was the first time wearing a suit, and damn, I looked very handsome. Oh. And thank you to the Academy for supporting me through my insecurities of wearing a suit and my group as well. So here, as a student entrepreneur, this is me. I was presenting about SPM apparel and SPM accessories. So SPM apparel is my brand that I've been pushing for the past 2 years, born and bred in Johannesburg, but now I think it's being raised in Cape Town. And we'd also like to give a shout out or a thanks to our project partners, the CPUT Civic Engagement Unit, Service Learning Unit, CPUT Clothing and Textile Faculty, Inectas, CPUT Business Management Department, and of course the National Youth Development Agency known as the NYDA.
These were the activities that were done on the day. We had a business quiz where we tested our audience how they grasp the information that they heard from our speakers. And we also connected speakers with potential entrepreneurs. We exchanged information. We shared business success stories, and there was an artist from our academy, Mr. Abishal, who performed and was part of the entertainment. Please follow him on Instagram and listen to his music. It's very dope. We also had exhibitions. These were the exhibitions. The Akabobo's store, SBM, and the other organizations. We would like to acknowledge EcoCycle Club for setting a very beautiful store. It was very colorful and it stood out. So we faced a lot of challenges as a group. As we all know, we have different, we are all different, and our participation skills were not matching. So our time availability were clashing, and we had an issue with securing the venue, but we ended up having a venue. Our audience took home the skill development, and they had networking opportunities. They now know how to make sound decisions for their businesses and act in an ethical manner and be professional and unlearn their old business habits and learn new business habits.
In conclusion, in the next, I don't want to say 10 years, but I want to say in the next year or two, we see ourselves touring globally, but of course we just have to start here nationally, you know? So before starting national, as the quote says, charity begins at home. We have to start in the townships around us. You know, there's a famous quote that was said by one of my favorite rappers, RIP. His name is Nipsey Hussle. He said, a hustler can sell anything. He can even sell water to a whale. So as a human being, yeah, did I say it right? You can even sell water to a whale, yes. So you need to sell your ideas to people, you know. Don't wish for a shooting star. Be a shooting star.
And in closing, we would like to thank the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, Mr. John. Thank you.
How wonderful pandapreneurs for you. Just after pandapreneurs, can we please welcome young transformers? Please come up on stage. Yeah. Leadership.
Leadership. Sorry. Ungasheki. Ladies and gentlemen, excellent to you all to be present today. It's a wonderful presentation that we're having, and the feedback from all of the groups that we had during the academy.
So our name of the group is Young Transformers. I'll let everyone to introduce her or himself after I speak. So Young Transformers is a group that stems from one of the most important SDG that the Vision 2030 in the United Nations is currently going on. So our SDG is SDG number 4, which is quality education. So it's we having young school kids here. Quality education is one of the most vital SDG that we have. For everything that we must implement and for everything that we can implement, quality education is one of the things that we must prioritize. To you to say, I'll start by the quote of the late Steve Bantu Biko to say, the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of an oppressor. So to use quality education to liberate ourselves is the most potent weapon. So welcome to a transforming journey, a journey that will empower you, challenge you, and ultimately inspire you to become an exceptional leader. Today we are gathered not just as individuals but as community bound by a shared commitment to personal and professional growth. This is the beginning of remarkable adventure and the professional growth. This is the beginning of the remarkable adventure and the professional growth, which is delighted to have each and every you in this vein. Leadership is not just about our position, it's about influence, impact, and the pursuit of excellence. It's about fostering collaboration and good innovations and good ideas. And leading with integrity. Over the course of this program, I have gained skills, knowledge, and integrity, and the perspective that's needed to lead our community in a good and organizable manner. In closing, I would like to say that today it's a big event to us as Leadership Academy. Since we've been experiencing all of the challenges that we had with our group mates, today is the day that we can surely reflect on that and be able to learn what we have encountered during our journey. So I would like Mr. Samgelo to come to the platform. Thank you.
Good morning. Is it? I think it's the afternoon now. Good afternoon. As you welcome me back, I was taken away from this planet. There was a choir that came in earlier, and they had nice melodies. So they took me out for a while. So I'm still, I'm still on my journey. I'm still coming back. So please forgive me if I will scatter during my presentation. I'm not yet back, but then I'll transcend. My name is Samkelo Xabendlini. I'm currently doing advanced diploma in project management. As my colleague has said, I will take you through about what our group is about. So the team, it's myself. We have Umxolisi, which is this guy, the Honorable Umxolisi. He's also a politician. So if you are looking for someone who can lie in this room, then this guy. Then we also have Tsepiso, the Honorable. You can stand there so that they can see you clearly. We have Ms. Ntabi Singh. We have 4 members in absentia. We have Alex, Spelele, Hlele, and Bongo Musa. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here with us today. So about the project, then we had there were 2 projects that were planned for us to do. Am I audible? Because I think, yeah. Which is the first one was a Korea stall which people attended here. It was here. It was hosted here at Bevel campus. Unfortunately, I wasn't there. It was aimed to inform the second chance matriculants, to give them proper information about how can they maybe apply and gain maybe opportunities to be here with us. So then proper information was given to them, guidance was provided for them, so that they can be here with us, and then they can choose careers that will benefit them in future. Yeah, as I've said earlier on, the main aim is to is guidance on career fields and possible jobs, because I think a number of us here, like the main objective is for us to earn a living. So we are in this thing. Some of us will be entrepreneurs, but also want to be in the job market, which is getting slim in our generation now. So we must also adapt into that reality. That in as much as we are doing these courses, like aiming to get jobs, but then it's getting very slim. So we shared that information with them. How can you maneuver in being the entrepreneurs and maybe provide ways of doing that? Because giving people information and not being realistic with them is just wishful thinking, just telling them this and this, but then we had to be realistic with them in showing them ways that maybe they can maneuver. Our project link to the strategic development goals is guidance in choosing careers, because when we were growing up, then we will be asked, we will be asked, like, what do you wish to be in future? Maybe the careers that we knew about, most of us then, it was a teacher, a policeman, being a doctor. That's all we could say at that stage. But then now things have changed. You know, we ought to be realistic. So then we had pamphlets to show them the streams that they can choose and be part of. So you look at your strengths, and then you align your strength with the pamphlets, and then you say, okay, if you're a science student, then you look at the courses that can benefit you in future. If you can really make it being a doctor, you can then, we gave them like choices, because we don't only want them to be part of CPUT, because we don't have medicine here. For my knowledge, I don't know, maybe it is here now, but we don't have medicine here. You can go to UCT, VEDS, I think there's other universities also. So to realize your aim and maybe make things possible. So for the next slides, I will call upon Brother Tsepiso.
Molweni sanibonani dumela. Mine is short and simple. My name is Tsepiso Serelo from Computer Engineering Department. Sorry guys, project preparation. We did. Can I have water? Water, please. On our project preparation, we did our research, and we got advices from our experts and coordinators, Mr. David's office, on how to conduct a career thing. So the project implementation, it took place at CPUT Belleville campus, Civil Engineering Building. On the 26th August, participant was second chance matriculants. We did partner with alumni from this academy. As you can see, this is me. I was just explaining and showing them this prospectus. Can I show you? Can you please hold it? Can you please? Yes, yes. Okay. First picture there. We show them like how to calculate our APS here in CPUT. There it was Sheshe who showed them, who motivate them and telling them on how CPUT runs. Yes.
So, guys, we had some risk and challenges in our group. So, the challenges that we had on our first event with the student, the matriculants, many students that we have experienced and we engaged with have lack of support at home and have a lack of knowledge in having to know what career they have to choose and having know what guidance they have to have after the high school level. So we also had some alumni from CPUT who were explaining the journey of them from transition from high school to university and after high school. And also we were explaining the time management on student, most especially matriculants, on how to manage time properly. Because one of the most vital things that we fail to do as students is to manage our time properly. So we had to dig deep into time management on how to manage time when getting into varsity. So we had our reflections. To me, my reflection to what I've learned in the academy and what we have learned during implementing our project is that the academy have shown me that taking your personal values into context and into practice, is one of the most important things that you can do. As the entrepreneurs has shown us that taking your values and your guidance into action is one of the things that we can help you to achieve your goals. So the team reflection, we didn't have time for each other. As an SRC member here at CPUT, firstly, I will have to report myself. I didn't have time for a group. You see, I was late in most of the meetings we had online. I was very late, although I'm a group leader. It was very hectic when it comes to time, but we were teaching people about time, we were teaching students about time. But I think it's one of the reflections that we want to fix in our group and in our academy, because I think most of us in the academy lack the thing of time. I even saw it when during the training in the academy. Some of us were arriving late. So time management is very important to us. And the project in future references, for young transformers, I think our project has to blend with the question mark and the entrepreneurs, because we try to facilitate quality education. So quality education goes hand in hand with innovation, goes hand in hand with business ideas. So I think in advising my group is that we can make some more collaboration with other teams and be able to have time management in a good way. Thank you so much, guys. That's fine.
Thank you, young transformers. Mxolisi failed to provide us with his credentials. He is an outgoing SRC, local SRC member, and an upcoming central SRC member. So students of CPUT, please, I remind you and urge you to vote as the voting panel, voting online is available. So go on your Outlook and vote for whatever organization that aligns with your values. And thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. So, I don't know if you guys have taken notes, but I most definitely have taken notes with everything that the group representatives have said. They're not only, we are filled, the students that sit before you are students that are not observed by their own pursuits. They are students that have the ability to be proactive and not make excuses for inaction. And they are a generation that does not postpone action but acts now. With the projects that they have accomplished, I am completely wowed and amazed because it's a generation that looks after the generation after us. They're not looking for us. They're not making, making sure that we are living comfortably, but making sure that the next generation after us is living extraordinary by making sure that the climate is taken care of, the environment is taken care of, our academic life is taken care of, our business life is taken care of. We are a generation that wants to eradicate the mindset of that we put profit over people and we put greed over need and we put the rule of gold over the golden rule. We are the generation that will enforce society that let us be a nation that puts people over profit and that puts need over greed and that puts the golden rule over the rule of gold. Thank you. And that with that being said, I would like to be wowed again and I would like to be blown away into another dimension by the choir, Zolani Youth Choir. Come up on stage. Blown away? I know, right? Yeah. I'm absolutely astonished. Like I said, speechless. I am rendered speechless. That was an amazing performance. You guys made me emotional because you guys sang my favorite song. Thank you so much, Zolani Youth Choir. Uh, the last presentation for the day, it is Green Legacy. After Green Legacy, we'll have thanks and we can have lunch. So, Green Legacy, can you please come up and do your presentation?
Greeting to the students. First, I would like to greet also Miss Jackie. I would like to greet David. I'm so overwhelmed, guys. I can't even express my emotions right now. But okay, this is Green Legacy. We're part of the Student Leadership Academy. This is the group that we formed, which we called Green Legacy. Upon forming the group, we played around with the names Green Guardians and then Legacy of, what was it? Legacy of the Future. But we came up with Green Legacy because we thought about living a green future for our future generations. And what better way to call that a legacy? So we had Green Legacy, which is creating a sustainable and greener future. But before I present, I would like to present my group members. Some of us is not here today. Busisiwe, Sanelisiwe, and Zugile. Greetings to everyone, guys. The vision and mission of the group. The mission of the group is to restore, protect environment through tree planting and sustainable practices. We aim to create a green society and heal the world by actively engaging individuals, communities in afforestation efforts, environmental education, and promoting sustainable living. Our mission was driven by commitment to environmental stewardship, biodiversity, conservation, and mitigating the effect of climate change. Due to the current climate change, we are experiencing global warming, pollution, and other factors that are experiencing by communities that causing a shortage in food supply, damage to the soil capacity to produce plants. So we thought, what better way to do Green Legacy than to actually create our mission and aim to eradicate just those factors that are affecting our communities. Upon forming the group, we then decided to form team roles that are specifically designed to help this group to succeed. As part of the group leader, me and Kumbula, he's not here today, apologies, and my admin, Sanelisiwe, she was in charge of applications, organizing meetings. I was in charge of transportation, finance, internal communications, and my very dedicated member here, inventory, Busisiwe, she was organizing my tools and making sure that if I needed money, do you have the money? Where are the tools? She normally contacted me sometimes on the side to ask me, so what do you need? And also my marketing member, Zukile, who's doing social media and marketing. So when we formed the group, we didn't have experience. No one knew. We've never been in a garden. We've never planted trees. They talk about agricultural practices. Since the group was formed to eradicate and also to end hunger, the group was formed around zero hunger, the global warming goal, zero hunger, to end hunger and also to promote sustainable living and also agricultural practices so that the future generation can also benefit from the practices that we have of generating food so that we can have sustainable food. And also it is designed to create a system where we protect our plants because they produce oxygen for us, they clean the air, and also our plants are responsible for generating oxygen for us, meaning without oxygen, there is no earth, there is no people, there's no life on earth. Our planet will just be like the other planets. So we thought, why better than to plant trees? Due to this, we experienced that this group will need a lot of knowledge, will need a lot of partners. So we partnered with Green Pop. My admin member, she went online, she googled Green Pop. I'll also like to thank Stephen there for also directing us to Green Pop because we got it from him. We made contact with Green Pop. We sent an email application to volunteer. We wanted to learn about tools. We wanted to learn about gardening processes. We wanted to learn about planting trees and the importance of planting trees, but we didn't have the experience. So upon doing that, we learned at that day, on Nelson Mandela Day, we learned how to plant trees. We learned how to manage tools, how to prune. We learned how to garden. We did all of this in one day because we split our team into 3 groups. The other was cutting trees. The other group was pruning, removing litter. The other group was tree planting. Because of the goal of the group, we needed all the skills, we needed all this knowledge. So my team member, Busanelisiwa admin, she contacted Green Pop, but there was no reply, so I had to make a phone call. And then I got through to Risa, which was the admin. He gave us the go-ahead because we were bringing 9 students from CPUT. So I needed clarity. Is it okay if I come alone or do I need to bring my group? So we got the go-ahead, and then I met the co-founder, which is Misha Tizel. When I met him, he was a very welcoming guy. He directed the event for the whole day. He showed us how to handle the tools, the cutters, the spade. I even used the first time, I don't know what they call that saw. It was, do you remember the name? Okay, forgot the name also. I don't know what was named, but it was an interesting gardening tool. It was a saw, but it was bent like in a circle. If you guys know what that is. I got to use that tool. I normally read about it on books, scary books. But anyway, that day we learned about gardening practices. We learned about forming an organization. Because when I spoke to him, he told me a lot about how he formed his organization. It was just a group of people that he was in the neighborhood, some he was working with. And then they formed a group. They went to plant trees. I'm not sure of the number, but he says they planted close to, I think, 100 trees in 1 month. And for me, that motivated me. I thought if I could plant 100 trees, I would be saving the environment. I would be protecting the soil capacity. I would also be making sure that the future generations can also benefit. And how better if my trees are not just trees, they are actually food trees, which was a garden tree. So when we went there, it was the 18th of July, Nelson Mandela Day. If you guys can see, we were so happy. First time in the garden. It was amazing, that's all I can say. If you can see, everyone is smiling, enjoying the day. I also want to thank Sandile Malinga. He was so, that day he just made everything feel worth it. When I saw him arrive there with the team, I was first, I took an early bus. I didn't take the transport that I booked. I took my own transport to get there early. We were supposed to be there by 9 o'clock, but I was there at 8 o'clock to speak with the co-founder and also to make sure when my team comes, they feel welcomed. So when I was there, I was speaking to him, finding out more information about pruning trees. I was asking how to plant trees. I was asking what we need before we plant a tree. So he showed me clearing weeds, grass and litter. And also we had a nice coffee break. We had hot chocolate. It was a very cold day. If you guys remember 18 of July, Nelson Mandela, it was raining on that day. It was raining, but we did more than 67 minutes. We arrived there at 9 o'clock, and I think we left about, was it 12? I think it was 12 or 12:30. It was amazing for me. It was such an experience. I'm doing environmental studies, but I've never been in a garden. So for me, it was like a practical application of what I'm studying. I was actually pruning trees, protecting the environment. I felt like this was better than just sitting in class and listening about trees, protecting trees, cleaning and all that stuff. So it was amazing, and the hot chocolate was great, but I was not good at mixing. I'm horrible at mixing, so the biscuit was great. The conversations were amazing. I even feel like going there for the next volunteering event. What do you guys say? I don't know, I'm going alone. Who wants to come? Okay, so for this project, we needed the skills that we got from Green Pop. It was the idea that we got when I went to Green Pop, planting trees, protecting the environment, but not just planting any type of tree. We're planting food trees. This was a huge project. Initially, I thought I could just go anywhere, dig a hole, and just dump a tree there, go to another place, dig a hole, and plant a tree there. But this involved a lot of processes, agricultural processes, also which manure to buy, how to mix it. I didn't even know that there's a mixing percentage to mix manure. Chicken manure, that was new to me. What is chicken manure? I want to thank Professor Felix, if he's here. Professor Felix Nchu, I met him at the office, was there with David and Miss Jackie. He was speaking about mushroom manure, chicken manure. I thought he was talking about food. Mushrooms and chickens. I was hungry. That day I went to buy a chicken burger. Okay, so he showed us, he gave us directions, like what to buy, because we're at the planning stages. He showed us which manure to buy. It was a very extensive process, and our sponsors, I want to thank David. David? I want to thank David because buying chicken manure, buying seedlings, and also organizing delivery, I've never bought anything to that price, because when I saw the prices, I was amazed. I was even wondering if this project will even come to fruition. Is this project gonna work? Even just buying the seedlings is too much. Okay, so Felix showed us what to buy. We ordered delivery. It was a very extensive process. We had to extend the bed creation because we planned initially to do a site visit on the 23rd of August, and then we planned to do a bed creation, which is creating a bed before you plant trees. We had to move certain dates due to the late delivery, but the event went exactly as planned. On that day, the first thing we did, it was a site visit. That was on the 23rd of August David, I want to thank you wherever you are for doing a site visit for us. Our students were so busy. We were busy with assignments. It was a test week. I even asked him to extend the meeting with the principal. However, he was so lenient. He went there and he had a site visit and he had a very extensive conversation with me afterwards. I went there. I think I was 10 minutes late. If I can just put it out like that, I wanted to go meet the school principal. He showed me that the event will be on a site, and he gave us some information that we'll be meeting the principal on that day. So when we went on the 23rd of August to do the site visit, David went for us, and I want to thank him for that, because without him, even securing the site, Miss Jackie suggested that. I thank you guys every day when I think about this project. It was so successful that I think about everyone who made it a success. The event was planned for initially the 8th, but on the 6th, we went pruning trees. Professor Walter is a lecturer at CPUT from the Horticultural Sciences Department. He took his day off. It was a bit chilly. It was not cold. It was a chilly morning. However, he took some time off from 9 o'clock to help us with cutting the trees, because the school needed trees to be pruned. And also Sydney, he's like my counselor. Where are you? I want to thank Sydney whenever I was stressed out about the workload of the group. He was always there to listen to me and motivate me to keep me going. He's there dragging that branch there. So for this event, I had in mind environmental awareness. We planned this event to be with the learners from grade 8 up until grade 10. So I thought if I could just, because going somewhere and planting a tree doesn't make sense. You need someone to say something. You can't just go and plant a tree, you need to say something. So we had in mind an environmental awareness session where I had a speech teaching the learners about the environment, the reason to plant trees, the importance of planting trees, the importance of taking care of trees, the importance of not climbing on trees, and the reason why we need trees. And it was so funny, because when I said we need oxygen and if we are taking down trees, we'll run out of oxygen. It was crazy. The learners look at me like I'm crazy. Like, what? We need plants for trees? We need oxygen from trees? So if we run out of trees, there will be no oxygen. Then I said, yes. They were so surprised. They were so shocked. So even now, for everyone who's not aware, I feel like the environmental awareness education is needed for whatever level of education you are in. Removing a tree is very dangerous. It's very dangerous to ourselves and the future generations. So I had a few lessons about the environmental awareness, and then afterwards my team was amazing. I want to thank Professor Felix again. He gave us some students from the horticultural department, horticultural sciences department, postgraduates, advanced students. They helped us with clearing the weeds, removing the rubble on that day. If you can see this, it was just grass when I arrived here. If you look behind Sipe here, this place, it was like that. It was just grass. So we had to remove the grass, remove the rubbles to create beds. After creating the beds, we had to mix the mushroom manure and also the chicken manure. I didn't even know what is chicken manure, but when I saw the manure, I was like, what is the difference? Then they told me the differences. This one is for certain plants, this one is for beetroot, this one is for cabbages. So it was a learning curve, because I usually thought when you plant a tree, you just buy manure. You don't even ask if it's chicken or it's mushroom manure. So this was amazing. The guys were so excited to be helping us there. I want to thank Spare because when I handed over, he was always welcoming. He appreciated to even have the project to be handed to him at a certain stage, because when I told them, guys, I have no idea how to plant a tree, they laughed at me. However, they gave me the surety that it's fine, we'll plant. Don't worry, we'll take it from there. So the guys mixed the manure. They helped us with also removing extra grasses from the beds. And then we were planting seedlings. But for this, I didn't want us planting seedlings, and neither did I want the postgraduates, the advanced, to plant. I wanted the learners to plant, because I thought if you knew how much work it goes into planting a tree, how much work goes into putting a tree in the soil, then you will not take out a tree. If you know how a plant survives, it needs water, it needs manure, it needs a lot of work, then the learners were so happy to be planting trees. They even asked me, can we do this again? They wanted to do this again. They even asked me if I can bring boots, overalls, and gloves. So next time I will be bringing gloves and boots for the learners, and actually they will be planting again. It was amazing, guys. Sanelisi, where she had a few games for the learners. It was an environmental quiz game, which I even ask now, sometimes when I meet someone, what is the best time to water your tree? It's in the evening. A lot of people didn't know that. So the best time is to water your trees is in the evening, or actually in the morning, just before the sun. And then we created a pamphlet for our organization, and then I had a pledge, which the learners were so excited. They were so excited to be part of our cause, creating a sustainable and greener future. I asked them to fill their names and hereby pledge to create a sustainable and greener future. I didn't get the back part of this. However, at the back, they gave us feedback, which they said they want to plant again. They want us to bring overalls, they want us to bring seedlings, they want us to bring boots for them, because they want to plant trees. They are so excited. They want to learn about the environment. They want to know why we shouldn't remove trees, why we shouldn't pollute the environment, why we should always ensure that we don't dump chemicals, especially detergents, around the home on soil. We should always use the drain. Littering the soil, it damages the soil quality. Therefore, in the future, we'll have a soil that is incapable of holding any trees, meaning there will be less trees, there will be less oxygen, there will be a dirty environment, will be polluted, and then we'll have asthma and all the chest complications, because even the air quality has dropped. If you guys can check, air quality has dropped due to the removal of trees. The global population is rising, so people are clearing land for building houses. So our cause was designed to mitigate these causes. And also, because we're planting a food garden, the goal was to ensure that we have a sustainable garden for the school, because after planting, we handed over the garden to the school so that they can have food security for the school. Sometimes buying food is not enough. I even know this at home. My father taught me how to plant spinach, how to plant onions at home. And also this helps with soil quality, creates oxygen, and also small things that we can do at home. Don't dump your detergents, your washing powders, your water, dirty water, chemicals after painting. You must always use a drain for that. And also don't litter the environment, throwing trash and rubbish on the ground, because that creates a very bad soil quality. In turn, that means plants will not grow on that soil, and then we'll be having an environment with less trees because it's unable to create plants, and then we'll run out of oxygen. We'll have a hotter climate, will have chest complications. If you look at the world today, it's getting hotter and hotter because of the industries polluting the environment. We need trees to mitigate this effect. We need trees to clean the environment. So our mission was simple, plant trees. But I thought, how better to plant food trees? The event was such a success. We were featured on CPUT Facebook page. Food Garden Project was shown on the 14th of September. I've never been famous before, so I showed this to my family. It's like, guys, I'm famous. They Googled me. They liked my picture. I've never appeared on TV, guys, so this was an amazing experience for me. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank my teammates for the support, even through the busy schedules. I want to thank everyone for always showing up for the meetings. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. And Zukile has just a quote he would like to leave you guys just before we end the presentation.
Okay, morning guys. Is this the morning? Afternoon. Afternoon. So I have this quote that I would like to share with you. It's from a great author, Wangari Maathai. It says, a tree has roots in the soil, yet reaches the sky. It tells us that in order to aspire, we need to be grounded, and that no matter how high we go, it is from our roots that we grow sustenance. So, on behalf of the Green Legacy team, I would like to thank you all for your time, and thank you.
Thank you, Green Legacy. For closure and thanks, can we please welcome on stage Jackie, David, and Stephanie? Stephen, sorry, my apologies. Oh, my biggest apologies, Steve Vovo. Please come up on stage and wow them like I know you.
Good afternoon, everyone. No, guys, you can do better. Good afternoon. That's better. That's what I like, right? So I believe in the philosophy of each one, reach one. And someone asked me the other day to comment on a particular project that we're embarking on. And I said, community engagement cannot simply be a tick box exercise. You have to be sympathetic, empathetic, and you must show interest in others. And I think with this particular academy, yes, we had our challenges, but we also had very good times, right? And so there were pockets of excellence as we journeyed, from the beginning of the year. And I want to commend each and every member of the Academy for their hard work, their dedication. Sometimes you just pop into the office, unannounced and, demanding some stuff. But we were able to accommodate you and to assist you wherever you can. And I think that was our goal, to impact positively wherever we can. And so I want to say well done to everyone. Thank you so much for, pulling your weight. You can give yourselves a round of applause. We also dealt with various external partners, internal partners who contributed to the success of the Academy. And we'd like to, thank them as well. We also recognize our online platform, those from Europe, from Durban and Johannesburg. We thank you very much for joining us today. And then lastly, to someone that's very passionate about community engagement, someone that really fights for what's right, someone that's been doing this for a while. I want to say thank you to Jackie, my partner in crime. for all the hard work, dedication, you know, the long hours. I'm a workaholic, but I think Jackie has just taken it to the next level. She's a force to be reckoned with, and Jackie, we recognize your efforts. You always wanting the best, not only for the learners, because essentially that is our goal. Student development is close to our hearts, and I think Jackie is also passionate about that. She's passionate about community engagement, and so we want to say thank you for your hard work, Jackie. And then one of our external partners, Steve. Steve has been, you know, critical in making this academy a success. Steve, we appreciate you. I think the students, I think they also appreciate you. We had a good time at our leadership camp in Worcester. And yeah, thank you so much for all your effort and your hard work. Thank you. So I'm going to ask Steve to just come up and say a few words just before we close. We will be brief, because I know you guys are probably hungry, hey? After this, I'll get complaints, yeah.
Thank you very much, David. And hi, everyone. I'm really glad to be with you all on this occasion. I want to say that, you know, it's so easy to get despondent and to get hopeless when one looks around one and one looks at the levels of crime and the levels of joblessness and the levels of hunger and the climate catastrophes that are taking place around us, and it's easy to spiral down into a sense of hopelessness and despondency. But today, and interacting with you over the last few months, but especially today, I've seen the cure for that hopelessness and that despondency. I've seen the cure for that, and that lies in each and every one of you. To each and every one of you in the Zolani Youth Choir, who has uplifted our spirits and given us such a sense of hope and inspiration. Thank you very much. I really have appreciated that. And then to all of you, all the rest of you as well, who along with the Zolani Youth Choir have demonstrated such passion and such vision and such creativity and such inspiration. We are all the present, but you are also the future. And you have just given so much hope and inspiration for the future. So I'd like to thank each and every one of you. You're an inspiration to me. You give me hope for the future. You are the cure to despondency. So thank you so much.
Wow, that was such wonderful words, and thank you for appreciating me. I take you with me everywhere, right? So, to our office team, some of you are still students, always hiding in the background. I can see you. Teresa Burns, and we have Habib. There's Nicole there. I see Galen Roman. To my colleagues, Kurt, I know you don't want me to mention your name, but I will. You were dynamic with that social media stuff. I know you got into it by chance, but please don't leave us. I mean, for the first time, we saw such big presence of all our projects on social. There are some pending stuff still. We will wait for those, but thank you for putting us on the map. At every meeting almost I hear people saying, but they don't see the work that we do, and I can say, no, 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 you have to, or you're on social media, or you're on the CPUT Facebook page, because that's where you'll find us. So all of you here today, please follow CPUT and link up, and we're on Instagram, we on Facebook. Please follow us and go to the website. When you see our articles, you will also maybe see your picture there, and be able to show your family and your friends the good work that you are doing. Also to Derek, I want to thank Derek and his team for assisting us, and Kurt, your colleague as well. So to the alumni who are also, some of you mentioned Zandile and Sydney, who's also doing his well in our office, and to our alumni, you really, and the team is quite big. You really came through, and you really acted as good mentors for our students, and you were mentioned by some of them. I wanted to also say to Walter Kolofer, I know he isn't here, but I called him and said, there are branches hanging over at Excelsior, the students can't do their projects. Can you be there at 8 o'clock to cut some branches? And he brought his saw. I'm not sure if it was a circular saw. And he also showed the students how to do it, and that was successfully done, and he saved the day. And while he was there, also fixed the I think it was a pump or something, so that the school can have access to water. So I wanted to just close by saying that I've witnessed the change and the transformation. I've seen it, I've smelt it, I've felt it, and we have gone on this journey together, students. But this is not the end of the journey. This is just the end of one part of it. This journey will continue. I'm going to urge you to join us again next year, students, and to keep on engaging with your fellow students and encouraging them to do community engagement, because I think it's a very, very important part of university life. I know many of you are involved in student leadership, in other groups, political leadership, as well as peer educators, and also in other organizations. Keep going, have a well-rounded life, and involve yourself in sporting activities, in arts and culture. It helps you with your academics, believe me. And you know that I said when I started that we carry you in our hearts. That's what Ubuntu is. And I want you to keep on living Ubuntu and living it to the full, and not just talking about it. So a special thanks to Lavetta Balters. Please keep her in our prayers, in your prayers. Lavetta Balters, she is recovering at the moment, so please keep her in your prayers, and I hope to see her very soon. And I will take your love with me when I see you on Monday. And to Stephen, you captivated us, Stephen, I must say. You captured us and you captivated us during the camp. And also thank you for the valuable feedback that you gave the students on Saturday. I'm so glad you could attend, because I think that really helped formulate the presentations and the good quality that we saw today. So we are part of one family. Together we need to build bridges, not just at the university, but between the university and our communities. Even when you leave the university, as some of you may be graduating, and I hope you will continue your learning journey, as Jean-Marc Johannes said. Keep on learning. Just because you have a piece of paper in your hand, don't think it's the end. It's just part of a long, long journey. So please travel safely wherever you are going. To the Solani Youth Choir. Wow, wow, wow. I danced like I've never danced this year. I'm going to keep on dancing. I can't sing, guys, so I can only dance, but I will keep on dancing and celebrating life. You made me feel young again, so thank you very much for your kind messages. There is a meal pack waiting for you. Please enjoy it. Maybe not go out all at once. There's enough for everyone. I will hand over to my wonderful, wonderful Annalisa, who just managed to keep the time. So please end the session. Thank you, Annalisa, for everything.
Thank you, Ms. Jackie and Steve Ovo. To our online viewers, thank you for attending from Poland, Durban, and Johannesburg. And to the audience that sit before me, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and the members of the queer community. Thank you so much for attending this event. And lastly, we'll have one more performance from the Zolani Youth Choir as we are about to leave. I know, right? But yeah, come up on stage and wow us again, and we'll leave right after they are done.